Hey, good morning guys. A little late starting this morning, so that's a bath Mabel after a messy walk this morning. Right, so yesterday I was doing some animals, and after 3 streams of animal sculpting, I'm on a little bit of burnout, so I thought I would jump over onto this Sector 7 Slums terrain piece that I started making. So this is to accompany the Fable fantasy range. Basically, we're trying to do a square grid style piece of terrain. I don't know if anybody's a fan of the original Final Fantasy 7 game, but you may recognise the building. So we've got a little billboard over here, which will give us some nice elevated terrain to use. We've got the columns over here. Feels a bit like an oil rig, but I'm not sure what the actual original building is supposed to be. Let me just grab the photo reference. I'll show you what it is. Okay, so this building just here, we've got a couple of flagpoles hanging down, we've got a few lights going on. Now I'm going to do the lights so they've got removable, like a removable lens on them, so you can print the lens in a kind of a clear plastic, and then also clear resin, and then obviously place the paint any bits you want to paint and stick an LED inside. So we've got a few things still to get done. We've got a little light array down here, and it's like, I don't know what this is, like a little power box or something maybe. So we'll get this one done. In a minute, I'll work on this bit first. Then I need to run some cabling and stuff like that, so it goes, underneath the deck, underneath the platforms, and then down onto the various kind of lights and things. And then I've modified the design a little bit, rather than having the cylinder holes and stuff. I tend to use like triangular plates and stuff. So there are some. It's not a one-to-one copy. And then up here, let's go do the supporting structure for this bit here. So it's got a, it's lifted off the ground properly. I'm trying to make up my mind what's under here. So it looks like it could be enough for an extra space, but I don't 100% know. I'm going to put one column here just in front of the stairs. It's like a steel support structure here, I think, just behind the stairs. And then I don't know whether I'm going to come around the back and just do a back piece here, or if I'm going to just make this as a solid block. Not decided yet. So the top bit is virtually done, apart from obviously little peripheral accessories, a little bit sticking out here, and then this little what's it thing. And then once I've done these bits, I want to come down and do some of these kind of like little signposts. So we've got a few extra, pieces that we can put down on the table. Something like that piece there. That bit there will be an easy one. Little torch type things. Any of these kind of bits I'll do. And then what I might do is I may also do like a backdrop piece. Doing this kind of stuff. So it's like a bit you can print out as a sheet. That'll just cover the backing. And then after we've done this one, we've got the billboard. We'll have a couple of these little bits. I was going to do 7th Heaven. It's quite a big building. When we look at it in terms of how big this one is, I know this is quite a big building too. But so from a frontage point of view, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 squares wide on the deck. And it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squares back. if we come back and look at 7th Heaven, we've got the decking around the outside. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 squares wide. So it's 2 squares wider than this. And then coming back, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 7 maybe on the terrain piece. Now that's going to be too big to print. It's going to be a massive engineering task chopping this thing up. We've obviously got to come forward maybe 2 squares with the stairs as well. And then the height of the thing is just mad. Now the reason I'm reluctant to do this, as iconic as it is purely down to the fact that actually you can't really play on it. You'll only have a little bit of playable space around the outside, and we don't really do detailed interiors of Crystal Collapse. So unless I do all of the interiors for this, which it could be an option, unless I detail all the interiors and we have the interiors playable, the whole thing is just a very elaborate obstruction. But on a Crystal Collapse game board as well, the playable space is 9 squares by 13 squares. So we're literally going to be taking up half of the board with this one piece of terrain that's just a blocker. It's just limiting you the actual play space. So as nice as it would be, I think I'm going to leave it out. If I'm going to do anything with it, what I may do is just the frontage, and we have it as a bit that sits across the back. So maybe we'll just do the front part of the building. So yeah, the little slums here, the little shacks I might do, the little 2 square wide one here, and I'll say a 2x3, a 2x2, and a 2x2 and a 2x3 might be viable. That one also is a possibility. Okay, so let's get stuck in. Let me put my reference up on the other screen so I can use it. Okay, so just checking all the pieces I've got. I thought I started making that bit, to be honest. Tell you something else we've got then. Something I've forgotten about. So, where are they? Here. So, we've done these platforms. So there's 3 wooden platforms, and then we've got this modular tower stack. So we've got this piece here, which is a joining ring. We've got these pieces, which are the columns themselves. So the idea is you print these. You can put one of them on as a cap if you don't want to put a platform on it as a thing. You put them in between where you're joining them. And then you can top it with the platform. I think I've done a base as well, I could be wrong. Might not have done the base. No, I don't think I did the base. Okay, when I come to this piece, you'll see that the poly group on the front is a separate thing. So we've got hollow. Hang on a second. We've got a hollow interior. So this again, we can print this using clear resin, and then insert it into there. And the interior of this should have enough space in it for an LED to go in. So what I need to do is I'm going to run a hollowing all the way through there. In fact, should we do it? Let's just do it. Crease the top edge, crease the bottom edge. And I'm going to just divide that a couple of times. Oh, no, that didn't work then. Crease edge loop. I'll just crease the edge. That works. Okay, so we'll merge that back down. I just need to just double check how far through that goes. Okay, so it goes to there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to run a hole through there, and then I'm going to stop this halfway, and then I'm going to extend the hole through this kind of concrete canopy thing for the door. And then that means that you can run, if you want to, use it. You can hollow this piece out, or this piece will be hollow anyway. You can run a cable up from a power pack inside here. So inside there is probably an ideal place to stick a little battery and an LED. So the centre of my scene is right over here. Okay, that looks to be pretty much centered. I'm going to duplicate this. Right, so that bit there, floor 2, that's the other one. So it's going to merge that one. I'm going to come up to this bit at the top. Okay, now I'm going to take the light we just moved up, which has got the peg in it, which is what we're going to use for the cable to run through. kind of merge down. Now this time we see we've got a hole. Okay, how are you doing? Okay, right now, I need to be careful with this about how we print it. So the plan is we print these columns. You print these 4 columns on the outsides. Print the tent, which is going to have to be chopped into pieces. I don't know how I'm going to do the tent yet. 36, jeez. Just as we're cooling down a little bit. I had 29 yesterday here in the UK, and it was murder. 26 or 36 is mind you, I'll be in 36 degrees heat later. I've got to go and take the kids swimming. And they always have the pool heated to about 30, 34, 35 degrees. So guys, I'm trying to assess what I've got to do on this. I'm trying to kind of get my head back in it. Have you got that kind of like the proper dry heat and stuff, or are you humid over there as well? So I think that's the problem we have. Is we have the heat, but we have this like crazy humidity with it, and there's no airflow, and you can't breathe. It's stifling. It's just disgusting, man. Just sweating everywhere. Nice. Well, I feel for you, dude. I don't really know what advice to offer. It's just survive. Hard going anyway. It's hot like that. What, live in the capital, you got 2 big rivers that merge into one in the middle of the city. Right, so we've got that one. Put one there, and I'm going to say there as a guess. No, I do want it to be about half a square apart. Let's append the cube. Go fetch my cube over out. I want it to contact that wall there so we can glue it on. Okay, so we're going to stop it. I'm going to duplicate that to there. So we've got two banners. I'm going to shred the bottom of them a little bit and put some creases in them. As I'm doing this, I'm just trying to think the best way of splitting this for printing. Do I leave these bits on, hollow them out and then have them slide them over? Or do I leave this pole complete, turn that into a socket, and then boolean it in? So there's a little socket connection. The boolean at the base I think is a must. These bits I'm not so sure about. So doing that then with a low strength and a large draw size makes it go through both sides. Which is exactly what I wanted. Okay, so I'm gonna. Morning, Rich. How are we doing, matey? Yeah, not too bad. I had to have a break from the animals today, mate. I've taken Mabel for a walk this morning. She's got covered in crap, so I've ended up having to get her home, bath her, kind of scrub all the crap off her. And I thought, do you know what? The last thing I want to do after doing that, starting my day that way, is to sit down and have to sculpt the dogs. So I thought I'll jump on and do Sector 7 today. Get back on the mutts tomorrow. So yeah, Crystal Collapse compatible terrain piece, themed around Final Fantasy 7, and basically what I'm doing is I'm putting a few bits in here. There's like various little lights. Sector 7 is the in Final Fantasy 7. It's the starting area where Cloud and Tifa and Barrett and that all live. So the game starts in like this area here. And somebody requested it for a terrain board they were building, and I thought, you know what, I'll do a selection of terrain. So we've got this big piece here as a focal point. I'm going to do a few of these like little lampposty bits, maybe this little shack at the back. I might do like this like industrial backdrop type thing, you know, like this the big metal plates with the pipes and stuff in there as a backdrop piece, so you can drop it behind the scene. Now, in addition to that, I've also there's various other parts of Sector 7. It's not only that area, but I've also made this. Let me also go through. So over here we've got like a billboard, but when I built the billboard, I made these industrial columns, these steel columns and stuff, but I've made them modular. So what you've got is, we've got a section of, so what's our group as you can see. So we've got a section here, so these four corners, like the L-shaped corners, with these diagonal bracings on, rivets up and everything else. So these all print, and then this piece in the middle is like a connector ring. So we print out a bunch of them, but you can see here there's like a gap in the oops, lock the camera. There's a gap in the like at the top and the bottom for that to fit into. So you can put your connector rings in there, or you've got various like caps that can go on top. So you can either go for a column cap, which is like a metal one, or we've got like a wooden platform type one that you can plonk on top, or there's a second variant of that and a third variant. So you've got various little modular bits you can use to make like these like terrain levels. Is that the base plate? I'm sure I've made one. So yeah, it's quite a complex piece of terrain. I'm going to have to try and figure out how to break this big piece down. But the idea is we give you a focal point, a centre piece, and you've got all these extra little bits of scatter terrain you can use to, like, you know, block it out. So you get a more industrial kind of like cyberpunk, not cyberpunk, what do you call it, diesel punk type like tabletop. So if you want to play Crystal Collapse using the Fable Fantasy models, then you've got the option to do that, and you can theme the table nicely around it. So I need to put I need a little box on top of there. In fact, what I'll do, I'll duplicate this box I've got here already because it's where I want it. I'm not entirely sure what this is supposed to be, so I'm going to enlarge the box and do some cuts in it. How are you doing today anyway, mate? Do you build? So, do you print them all and then modular, or do you build them in 3D render and so on? I mean, it's your own choice, I suppose, mate. I mean, for me personally, what I would suggest is I'm going to be making it as a modular kit. My plan with the columns was that you would be able to kind of like disassemble them in a box. So with the single columns, the plan would be you'd print half a dozen of these, you know, columns off. Some of these individual intermediary rings. We've got a couple of different height ladders. We've got a 40mm ladder, which is the height of one of these things. We've got a 60mm ladder, which is you know, 1.5. We've got an 80mm ladder, which is like two of them. So you can print the ladders off and you can stick the ladders on. You can have a couple of the things loose and pop the rings in, and then pop your top platforms on, and you've got a modular kind of setup you can pop on a table, and then next time you play you can reconfigure it and change it up. Now the other thing I'm going to do, which I've kind of done for this piece, I'm going to do some larger like tops. So you can see here we've already got this for this piece. I've got like a longer one. So this piece here is all going to print as one piece, I think. No, sorry, it'll print as two pieces. So we've got a column that goes up, which will be, I think this is 2 elevation. Yeah, this is a two elevation piece, which has got this protrusions at the front. There we go. It's got like a little L bracket. So when that L bracket is kind of part of the thing. It allows you to place a terrain block on top of it, but continue the tower going up. So the plan is, obviously, I'll create some more of these kind of like longer boards. We'll do more of these so that you can, you know, span. Like this is a two gap span, but you might only want a one gap span. So I'll do one that's like a block shorter. We'll do a couple of variants of these. So there's a bit of, you know, some metal plates on them, and a little bit of rubbish and litter and things like that on them. And then, as far as like that. Do you know what, it'd be handy if I just actually highlighted the piece I was looking at, wouldn't it? So there you go, so this is how I've got it at the moment. It's these two pieces, right, yeah. So these two pieces are the L shape, and they support the backboard. So the backboard doesn't have to be part of this like print. The backboard can be a separate piece, as well as the baseboard can. But you'd have to glue them up on a thing, and I think that's how I'm going to have to do them, because I think that's going to be a really big and cumbersome piece. Because realistically, for the printers, this is a 40, 80, 120. So it's a 16cm wide terrain piece. Yeah, so I need to sculpt them so that I can make sure that they're gonna fit. But obviously, what I'll do is I'm gonna have to do some kind of instruction on assembly. So there'll have to be a little bit of a, you know, print this and then this and then this and then this and then this goes onto this piece and this assembles here. Wondering if it might be better to put a cross brace in here. Almost have the planks going the other way. And I feel like this billboard up the top here needs a few lights. So there's going to be, like, again, over here on the main piece, like this bit here. So I've hollowed that already and put a hole through. The lamp on the top is also getting hollowed, which, to be fair, actually, right, so now, take that piece off. We've got a hole that runs all the way through from the base. That hole lines up with the hole on the piece we just showed you before. You stick your little LED in there, run your wires down, print that in clear plastic, clear resin, stick your lens in, and then you've got this here to be used to hide like a battery pack or whatever. So this is hollow on the inside. You can hide your battery pack. What I need to do, I need to hide that floor because it's annoying me. There you go. So you can run your cables through, stick a little battery pack in here, and yeah, jobs are good. And you've got a power source for your LED here. Now I need to also put there'll be on top of this box I've just made here, there's going to be a few more. So let's delete nice thing with this is it'll be, by the time it's done, it's obviously sculpted at 40mm scale, so you can play crystal collapse with it. But you can easily scale it down back down so it's 25mm grid. So if you want to play, you know, your D&D games on there, you absolutely can. So my plan is to hollow, obviously, as much of this as I can possibly get away with. Just take that bottom bit. Okay, so I'm going to take that piece and boolean that off. Well, then this time, instead of doing a straight up dynamesh, which is normally what I'll do to remove the bit off the bottom, we're going to go to the shell thickness down here. I'm going to leave it a 4 for now because you never know where it's going to come out. So I'm going to click create shell, and that's going to dynamesh it, do the boolean, but where this grey block is at the bottom, the white block and the grey block, that's going to become the opening in the mesh. So if I created a cylinder and shoved the cylinder into the side, like on the back here, then there would be a big hole in the mesh and it would be hollowed out completely inside by virtue of the fact that that boolean goes through it. So this is putting a skin thickness of 4. Now I don't know what I think the skin thickness of 4 is going to actually look like in practice. I need it to be at least 1 millimetre thick across the board, otherwise it's going to be too thin. Realistically for this, probably about 2 millimeters, just because of the size of the thing. I'm going to have to cut it in various places and try and piecemeal it back together. So I need to do it in a discreet way where the joints can be hidden. But it'll also mean that there's going to have to be some kind of like locking mechanism to help the parts line up. So you don't want to just butt the surfaces together because that's just crap. So I'm probably going to have, wherever I've cut it, I'll have to have some kind of like pegs on the inside that will be like alignment studs, alignment pegs. This is the difference with terrain pieces and sculpting miniatures. Like with miniatures, it's quite a straightforward, simple kind of, you sculpt it and it looks good and you kind of consider the pose and stuff. With the terrain piece, you've got to think about the size of the printers that people have got. Obviously we know people have, you know, you've got the Mars printers, and the Anycubic Photon type ones. Then we've got like the Saturn styles, which is like a 10-inch build plate. And then we've got the things like the Jupiter and obviously FDM prints. So FDM should be able to handle most of the things on here. Things like the lights and stuff like that you're going to want to do with... Okay, so I can tell you now that a wall thickness of 4 is too small. That's like ridiculously thin. I think I'm probably going to have to do the wall thickness about 12, I think. Let's just undo that. Let's bump the wall thickness to 12. And we'll do create shell again. So the good thing here is you can just undo one step and then redo that the last bit. It's not like the end of the world. Oh, do you know what? Let me switch on to my multi-stream chat. Guys, if anybody's on Facebook or YouTube and has been chatting here, I do apologise. I've missed it because I've forgot to switch to my multi-stream chat. A multi-stream chat, in its wisdom, doesn't go retrospective, so if I turn it off and then turn it back on again, it's empty. So anybody who's been chatting on either of those two platforms, pipe up, say hello. And, let's get chin wagging. So guys, hollowing like this, it's a very kind of processor intensive like process. It does take a little bit of time. Even on a decent machine, it's taking a while. Come on. Come on, ZBrush, I'm making up excuses for you here and you're making me look bad. See, while that little blue cursor, while that cursor's spinning with the thinking logo, if I click the screen, it's going to go white and hang. I've got to be patient with it and just wait. It is like pulling teeth at times. So thinking about it, there's another way I could have done this. I could have selected the red that was on the inside, which is the internal layer, the internal polygroup, and I could have scaled it on the X and the Y axis only, and Z axis actually. Scaled it on the X and the Y axis to kind of like shrink the inside shell, and that would thicken the walls. But then you have to realign the base and make sure the bottom's still flat and everything else, so it's not perfect way of doing it, but it would kind of worked, I think. Come on. There we go. Wait for the program. An application is not responding. Windows isn't responding. This bodes well for the stream, doesn't it? I'm going to close that brush. It looks like it, doesn't it, Rich? Bloody nuisance of a thing. Now I'm going to load it back up again. I'm just going to not do the boolean while I'm on stream. I'll save the hollowing out for later. I'll just try and do the other stuff I need to get done. Oh, don't tell me you can't even manage that now. I know it was terminated because you failed. Okay, so we'll come back down to this box. This box down here is like, it's kind of like a coffin shape. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. We're going to take the planer brush. Right, now we've got. Did I hollow that one out? No, some more boolean. Right, so that's how far back we've gone. Okay, so we've got a big light. I'm going to duplicate that. Got a smaller one of them here. Sort the profile of this thing out because this is still wrong. This bottom bit needs to be more angular, I think. Oh no, these should be sat flush on the surface now, and they are. So I'm just going to push them back in about that far. I'm going to set that as a subtraction mesh, set this as the primary mesh, merge down, and boolean. So, done. What I'll do is I'll put another piece. I'm going to put another piece coming down to the bottom because I think yeah, we're going to put another piece coming down because I think what's going to happen is this, so if we put the battery and the switch and everything else of these lights down here, under here, we need to have a light going up into here and then another one going up into here. Having it down here and having a connection point through this box, we should have a I don't know, there's a glowing ball on top here as well. Get in here with some Z modeler. Crease, edge loop complete. And then we'll just divide. Close holes. For some reason, whenever we put a sphere in the top of the thing here, so whenever you put a sphere into ZBrush using the insert mesh dot, the top points aren't welded, so it always creates a hole. So in this case, I'm going to delete lower, close holes, then auto group, and I'll just sort that little anomaly out. Okay, so now what I need to do, we're going to append a little, what is hollow basically. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the cylinder, center it, bring it down, shrink it, and then we're going to extrude up. And then we're going to split unmasked. Okay, now this one here I'm going to just polish, turn groups off, I'm going to dynamesh this. And then I'm just going to dynamesh that. Save this so I don't kill it. Now I'm going to try to do my hollowing trick again. So this time I'm going to set thickness of, let's say 10. And it's a smaller object, so we'll get to see whether that's the right kind of, the right level we're after. So set that as the start, set this as a subtraction with that button, and we go to the start object, we merge down. Okay. Now you know you've got your boolean right because the object you're removing is going to be well, it's going to be like grey, whilst the polygroups will be on everything else. I'm going to set the thickness to 10, and I'm going to click create shell. Oh, that was instant. Okay, so 10's too thick here for what we need. Let's go for 6, create shell. 6 I think is reasonable, that works alright I think. Room in there for an LED. Now I need to sort this out because I know for a fact this needs dealing with. Let's just split them off for a second. Make that bigger. just pull in. So I'm just going to drop a cylinder in again. I'm just going to split the unmasked, group that with the boolean again. We'll start here, merge down, and we're going to, you can see it's white, so it's set as the boolean mesh. I'm going to just bump the resolution up a bit. So there we go. So we've got the hole in the bottom for the wires to come up, area for an LED in here, room for another wire and another LED. Or for one bright LED in here to shine up and kind of illuminate from the inside, so your choice. The insides unmasked. I'm just going to crisp this up. I'm going to just put a collar on it. .25 that way, 1.25 this way. Okay, so we need to merge the two domes together. Let's get these all the way to the top for the... that's not the top, is it? It's at the bottom. Where's my little coffin box thing? Yeah, there. Okay, so I'm just going to inflate them a touch. So these are slightly inflated, only a touch. And we're going to boolean them out of the base. And we want that to be hollow, so we're going to hollow that to a thickness of 6 again, I think. Okay, way too thin. This probably still too thin. Let's go for thickness of 20. $19. 19 should do it. Do you know what I just realised? I shouldn't be doing that at all yet. I just need to boolean it. Right, there we go. That's my boolean. So, so this is just where the things fit. Right, next thing we're going to do. We're going to put a cylinder here. Okay, and then we have another one here. Right, now I need to sort out the stand, whatever this is going to be on. It's going to be going into the things, which I think, let's just call that, for now, I think I might do a little box with some cables running down it, I think, might look good. So let's do an append a cube, come back out, and again grab my cube from over out. Okay, so that goes into there. Let's see how far down that's extending. That's fine in there. I can live with that. So we're going to merge that into, where are we at with the cube? Let's merge it into my coffin thing. do a curve tube. Stroke. So I'm going to change this so it's bend start, bend end, lock start, lock end. That will mean that the start and end points will not change, and I can manipulate the shape of the thing a little bit better. There we go, I like that one. I'll do another one going from there. Oh. Smaller diameter cable. I do hate faffing with these things. Chrissy, best viewers on streamboo.com. How about no? Them. Right now, I'm going to just mask here. Oh no, wrong mask. Mask pen. See, I never understand that. The best viewers on Stream Boo, like obviously you can go and pay and have people come and watch your stream, which defeats the point because obviously, well, I suppose having more viewers on your stream means that more people see your stream because it looks like a popular stream. However, surely you want actual legitimate viewers who are going to engage and like, enjoy your content. Danish. Okay, so I'm going to merge that back into my original box. Alright then, so, just noticed something weird there. Let's inflate both of them. That'll do, better. Just need enough of that to kind of catch a lip for it to glue into. You want a hole big enough that it's going to be able to kind of clean the interior when we print it, and we're going to have to do the same again at the bottom here. So where this, let me just check these. Okay, so these are a bit too shallow here. So what I'm going to have to do is let's just dynamesh and group the whole box thing. Mask lasso. So that's going to go into there. Do a little save. Okay, so that's gonna go into that section for the door, and then we want the base of this rectangle to be extruded through. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the rectangle bit on its own. I'm going to bring it down, shrink it a touch. Again, I want to leave a lip around the outside. That's the best way to do it. Yeah, I think it is. I'll just notice that's now off. we go. Okay, I screwed something up here. I'm going to have to redo that boolean when I did the sockets at the top. Not drama then. Come here to play now. Pick the bottom of that. I'll level all this through to the same level. I think I've got a rivet I made here. Right, let me just go and put this in here. So, make that fill the space. Come up here, go to IMM primitives. I'm going to go to create insert mesh, append to current, and OK. So now in my thingy mesh, I've got a hexagon. Come back to my cube, my coffin thing, and I want to put a few little rivets down the side of this box. So nothing mega, but size 12, we're going to go to brush, and we're going to go depth, we're going to sink it right in. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to dynamesh all of this together. So it's one item, don't need it as a separate piece. Auto group, there we go. So next thing to do, we're going to take these items up here. Oh, actually, screw that. Split in. Now we dynamesh. Okay, now I need to fine. so we've got a hole in the top. We've got the bottom ready to go. So I think the best order of things to do. So we're going to go to here. Okay, so this is going to come through. Let's dynamesh that. It's going to RGB. It's going to bring that plane up to there, so it's doesn't affect it. Right, so we've got a cube to come through. Duplicate that, and send that one up. I'm going to inflate this by 4 again. I'm going to boolean that out of there. Yep, that's cool. Okay. I'll take those little bits out because they're actually just rivets that are too far down. Right, so that piece is going to sit into there now, and it's going to leave a hollowing in the bottom. So now I need to should have duplicated that piece so I could just extrude it, but I didn't, so I can't, so we'll just do it again, it's fine. So I'm going to split, unmasked. I was going to do this the long way. Now, this convoluted sequence of stuff I've been doing is all to get this little middle block. So my plan is I merge that with this. And then, all being well, let's save it just in case. Duplicate this just in case as well. I'm going to merge that with that, boolean that out, and hopefully, if I haven't screwed it up, I should have a nicely hollowed interior. Yeah, I can live with that. Hasn't tried to hollow out all the tubes and stuff, which I specifically didn't want to do. So perfect. Okay, let's delete that. Save. Let's add a little zoom out my reference image. So it's got a little weird flat thing on it on the actual design, but I'm going to put a little light on there instead. What kind of light do I put on here? Let's do a little okay, I've just subdivided that a few too many times. It's 33 million polys for a little cylinder, a little sphere. Far too much. Oh, what happened to the top? Right, I'm going to duplicate that now. I'm going to come back to the original one. I'm going to go back pre-extruding all that stuff. There we go. I'm going to shrink the whole thing down. Right, so let's go for a cylinder. Bigger than it needs to be, we'll make it shallower than it needs to be. We'll taper the bottom in. Got the thing here, duplicate that, we're going to move that down, we're going to inflate it by a bit, and we're going to boolean these out. Okay, that's cool. There we go, we've got a little lantern now. I'll say little, it's bloody enormous, but it's not the point. I'll use that lantern in various places now. That'll be a stock one that I'll reuse for consistency and stuff. So let's just flip it upside down. There's a little cable wrapping around here, and that can go into the wall. So hollow that tube out, feed the wire through the tube into the platform, and then down inside here, where we can use another battery pack, or maybe run a wire down here and feed it back in. Not too many battery packs on one item, do we really? Oh well, do what we've got to do. Right, so put one of them there. Let's get another one. here. Oh, hang on, sorry, it's on this one. And we've got another one over here. Put there on, it's the ladder. And then we need another one over at the back. Right, we're going to put another one over here, just because I feel like there should be a light over this way. And there's no lights on the ground in this tent area, so that's fine, don't need to worry about that. Now, one of the things I do need to allow for, which I haven't put on here yet, is a ladder. So it's a 4, 8, twice a 1200 ladder. Right, I wonder. Let's establish that. Then we're going to bend curve. Right, so I'm going to take that ladder. Merge it down. Right, and I want to take the ladder. I'm just going to move it backwards. It fits on there like that. And then I need to create some bracings that are going to go and sit on these joints. Okay, right, so we've got this ladder, it hooks into the platform, it's going to hook over here, it's going to be two little pegs inside the platform so it'll hook in nicely. And I just want something for a little bit of stability lower down, so I'm just going to put a little brace here, I think. a bit tidy up on this. I think that should do the job. What's left to do on this now is figure out where my ends. All this effort to put a little hook on there, man, so it's just a bit more structurally stable. Oh my god, what have I done? Okay, right then. Let's detail it a little bit. Let's put a few rivets in there because it's going to look a bit crap otherwise, and it's just going to be a little bit. Okay, right. There we go, it's got a little bracket on there to hold it in place. I need a platform for this, so let's go up and do platform. Right, now the actual platform confuses me a bit on this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these pillars . I'm going to put one of them there, so we've got some continuity running through, and then these ones I'm going to move back in line with the ones above. Oops. Let's go there. These need to come forwards. These ones, these ones are going to run this way so that they kind of blocking that pipe work, basically. massive radius on this circle. Divide that a few times, it's smooth. Delete lower. Dynamesh this, dynamesh this. Set my booleans. Boolean. Merge down. And dynamesh. I'm going to take the end of that. I'm going to extrude it out. Right, what do I do between these bits here and there? The corrugations are an easy option, I think. I haven't figured out what I'm doing on the sides of this one either, to be fair. Do I do it as a concrete wall? Do I do it as a corrugations? Guys, anybody? I'm on stream live, obviously at the moment, trying to ponder some design decisions here. Anybody who's watching has got any opinions on this? Feel free to weigh in. So I'm trying to make this like ramshackle slum-like building, and I'm trying to figure out what materials the wall should be made out of. Now the reference image I'm using doesn't have these sides. Basically it's just got the frontage, but I've got to sculpt a three-dimensional all the way around design. And obviously in the original game this was like a matte painting. It's like it was a 2D background, wasn't a 3D image. What I might do is I'm going to bring this back to there. delete hidden close holes, and let's, for what it's worth, yeah, let's merge them together. Single polygon. Auto groups. Okay, so now I've got a corrugated box. The easy thing to do is just put Sana from it. Let's duplicate it, let's delete the hidden. put a door on here. I think I'm going to do a kind of a mishmash of a door. Oh, that was a weird one. Oh, cheers, ZBrush. You've done one of your genius tricks again. Let's clean that up. Magnus, good afternoon. How you doing? So I'm using ZBrush here. So it used to be made by a company called Pixelogic, and now it's owned by Maxon. Come on. So I use this primarily because when I was starting to sculpt back in 2010, I was looking for something that was like, my background was as a physical sculptor, so I used to use like green stuff, milliput, kind of epoxy clays, epoxy putties, and I used to make miniatures with it. And then back in 2010 I moved over to digital, but I was looking for something that would allow me to not have to learn kind of like the CAD side of it. Like I wanted to carry on making models, but I wanted to like sculpt the models properly. I didn't want to be kind of box modelling everything. So yeah, I ended up I started actually using Sculptress, which was a free program at the time, and then Sculptress got bought by Pixelogic, and they actually incorporated it into ZBrush, and it's, I say, really good bit of kit, but you pay for it. It's pricey. Like now there's a subscription license for it. When I got mine, I got it on a lifetime license, and I shan't be upgrading to the what you call it, to the subscription model. I'll just make do with what I've got for now. Absolutely, mate. I'll say, if you can get hold of it, it's definitely going to save you a few quid. So the version I use is yeah, do it, man. You're trying to sculpt some fireballs for your rhino. Adam, how you doing, mate? Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, I can't remember. Somebody was telling me like the updates on ZBrush since Maxon took over have been poor anyway. Like they haven't really done anything, have they? Haven't they just kind of like just carried on, just doing nothing, just rolling out the same stuff? Like a couple of minor token gesture type things. Magnus, I did actually did a flaming brazier type thing quite recently on one of my streams. I think it was for, I can't remember what the model was now. It was one of the Hell models I made. So I was doing some miniatures for the game Hell, which is on Kickstarter at the moment, and I decided I need to make a brazier for one of the $400 for new rendering. Wow. And a slime bridge. What's a slime bridge? It sounds interesting. Goes to there. Bloody noisy birds, can you hear them? So slime bridge. Let's see what you're saying then. A slime bridge features. You have 2 points and it auto generates a goopy, snot-looking bridge that connects the two. Nice. That's very. I mean, I can imagine it's useful if you're doing like saliva on a monster or something like that, maybe. But yeah, I mean, what other situations is that useful in? I think this is the problem, do you know what I mean, with the way they've done it. Oh mate, I do it all the time. I've done it loads of times now with the slimy goopy thing. You just put an orb on there and just use snake hook and just pull it down until it gets where you want. Put another orb on the other end, snake hook it back up into it, and then you just merge the two together once you're happy with it. Magnus, the fireballs. Give me 2 seconds, mate, and I'll have a little look. I can't remember if I saved them into my component library or not. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, that they will nerf your lifetime license if you've got one. First opportunity. They don't want people having them, but they can't kind of get rid of them unless you surrender it. They want you to hand it in so you can get the updates and everything else. But like I say, unless they're giving anyone value for money, no one's going to do it realistically. You have to be a nutter. Let's just save this a second. Right, let me just have a little check, because Magnus, what I normally do when I make something, I go and save the components. So I export pieces that I've made, and the question is, did I keep the fireball? Hey Elston, how you doing, mate? Oh, do you know what? I've literally just saved it a second before you did it, mate. So, but thank you for the wake-up call. That's not the flaming torch I was expecting it to be. Do you know what? Do you know, rather than me faffing about, it's probably easier to just show you how to do it. Yeah, no worries, Adam. Thanks for dropping in, dude. I'll be off to pick up the kids shortly and take them swimming, but ping me a message over if I get a chance beforehand. Let me just show you through this, Mag. This is just a quick how I would approach the flaming brazier kind of thing that you're after. So in ZBrush, we'll start with the cylinder. Make polymesh 3D so I can actually sculpt on it. Divide it a few times. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to switch on radial symmetry on the y-axis, and however many vertical things I want, let's say 8's fine. Okay, so let's just do a thing like that. Okay, you know, actually let's get a bit more. Okay, so we've got that. I'm going to extract, take the top off. Oh, hang on a sec, sorry, ignore me. We're going to make the bottom into an actual usable shape. So we're going to put some dynamesh on it. Now we get the bars on. Take the top off. I'm going to turn this into extraction. Subtool extract. Okay. Then I'm just going to use the polish tool, just clean up the edges a bit. Don't necessarily have to do this, but the higher the resolution you get the base before you do the extraction, the better. Okay, I'm going to take the move brush. Pull the tops up, and I'm just going to pull them out a touch, just to shape them. Okay, then we're going to append another cylinder. This time we're going to make it a little bit bigger. Oh no, sorry, this one. We'll make it a little bit bigger. One here. I'm going to drop another one here. Now with these, I'm just going to come in with Z modeler first. We're going to just go to the edge. Turn the poly loops on. Edge loop complete, edge loop complete. Just creasing the edges so when I subdivide this, it's going to stay round. Okay, let's turn that off. Then we're going to come in with the rivets. Let's go for some little round ones in this case. Symmetry, Y symmetry, radial 8 again. So here, dead center. Oh no, can't do it with these. With that one. Come on. So we'll go and take that first mesh. I'm going to boolean, in fact let's duplicate it a sec. Let's boolean that out from this one. Yes, we've now got rings. If I hide this one here, we've got that. Yeah. Now I can take the bit here, duplicate it, turn off my symmetry, flip it upside down. Probably the best way of doing it there actually. Sliced across there, so we've got 2 different polygroups. Select groups and Dynamesh. Delete the bottom ones. Append the cylinder. Divide, shrink it down. Finger base. Let's do the rotary. I guess I've got a brazier with the base. Now we've got here. Duplicate that, and the bottom close holes, just do a quick save. Now here, I'm just going to put this on, I'm just going to mash this up. Magnus, is this the right things up? I'm just going off on a tangent here, making a brazier for no reason otherwise. So. Polish, Dynamesh, shrink it a touch. Is this the kind of thing you were after though for your fire? snake hook tool here just to get some flames going. Go on, Enric, get up. Send them over, mate. When you're doing flames, you want these, it's similar to how I do hair, except you want it to kind of be a bit more flowy and a bit more swoopy. A small half round bowl. Oh, okay, fair enough. We can sort that in a second. Let's polish that. Use the move brush to push some of this stuff back inside. Right guys, so we've got one brazier here which is going to go into the component library. Deal with this idea of the bowl, because the bowl's far simpler than the thing I've just done. We'll put that in miscellaneous. Okay, so now we duplicate this, and what we'll do is we'll just isolate that and that. Okay, so we've got the fire. We've got the coals. Now we need to add the bowl. So typically what I'll do here for a bowl, literally we'll start with this, we'll slice the top off. Group, polish, Dynamesh. Delete that. Yeah, now in essence you've got your bowl. Now if you want to do any shaping on this, again we go activate symmetry, we go radial on the Y, bump that up to as much as possible. And then depending on what shape you want the bowl, this is like using a lathe. So we can just do this, we can carve in, give it a little base, make it into like a vase type shape. smoothing over it. There you go. And then on the top here we'll just do a little carving. I don't want carving too much, I don't want it to actually be hollow. I don't want it to look like it's just a flat disc either on the top, so you can use H polish as well and just like properly clean these up. How is that, Magnus? And obviously if you want to do the, if you want to give it movement, we can just turn the flames side on, use the move brush. Yeah, let me just save that down as well then. There we go. So they're in the component library. They're all saved as OBJ files, so you can just grab anything you want out of there. Anybody who signs up as on our Patreon, patreon.com/LTminis. If we sign up on a Patreon, you get unlimited access to all of these. You get my words out. You get unlimited access to everything in the component library. So there's hundreds of little bits and bobs. As you've just seen, somebody comes online and requests something, I'll make it and sling it in. If I'm making something in the course of what I'm doing anyway, then I'll make it and I'll sling it in. Here at the moment, I don't know if I've made any new assets on here that are worth saving yet. The little lanterns I think I might save down. Did I have... Oh, there he is. That's, I did not realise I'd done that. Oh, 2 seconds, mate. Let me just deal with this a little bit. So one of the things I notice here, I don't want this to be accessible from the inside, so I want the whole thing to be solid. That means I just need to do some extrusions to make sure it is. How did I end up with two giant nuts here? sent it over on the Discord, was it, mate? Oh yeah, got it. Oh, I like the head. And the weapon. The weapon's cool. One thing you might want to just be careful of with the weapon is where your skulls intersect each other. What I would suggest there is either sculpt them together so it looks like they're like some kind of horrific, kind of tortured soul face kind of thing, or just pull them just slightly away from each other so it allows that little bit of gap. And there's your big dude with the wings. He's badass, he is. Yeah, he's gonna look well cool when he's finished. Now, pose-wise, there's something a little bit off about the pose. Like there's some weight distribution missing. It looks quite wooden, and I know it's not finished, but it's better to get this bit done early on. So you have got. Do you mind if I put it on screen, mate, or is it? Yes, I'm okay, or yes, you mind? Okay, cool. Alright, so this is what Urkella's been making. We've got a very cool demon head. Some nice horns. Some cool little protrusions on the face. Kind of like scowling, smiling, like creepy kind of like demon mouth. This is the weapon I was talking about here. So where these bits intersect, I would be tempted to just like use the clay build-up brush and just bridge the gaps between them with a kind of like a stringy, sinewy kind of, you know, texture kind of thing. Now the pose, I would kind of probably lean him forward. It looks like he's going to tip backwards at the moment. I would lean him forward and rotate him a little bit at the waist. So slice him across the middle of his abs. Rotate his body around so that if you turn this leg outwards more, so widen his stance. I think this leg being straight down, this leg wants to be out, coming out to here. This leg, widen it out so like he's got a proper, you know, man spread going on. And then rotate the torso around so that the arm is going in the same direction as the leg. And use this leg at the back as a kind of a counterbalance. And I think you'll be okay then. But his pose, this whole pose here feels very, I mean, it almost feels like he's sitting on a chair. Do you know what I mean? Like he needs some support back here for him. I think this leg going back will solve a lot of your issue, a lot of the balance issue. And then, like I say, widen the stance and rotate the torso and get that little bit of extra movement. What I would do though is I'd rotate just above the hips. So I'd turn it a fraction of a turn there, and then I would rotate the rib cage and up. I'd rotate that a little bit more again, so you're getting a kind of a gradual turn. But yeah, he's looking cool, man. The weapon's cool. I like that. It's got this almost Aztec kind of vibe, hasn't it? You know, with the little blades in there. Jobs are good, mate. Yeah, suppose from the front. Let's have a little look at this one. from the front, you definitely need this rotation. To get them legs rotated round. Head, the arm wants to be out, so the sword, if you look from the top down, the sword wants to be in a straight line from the shoulder. So you probably want the hand pointed down more. Yeah. So I'm just trying to figure out. Ah. Right, so basically, so you want the arm to be kind of the head looking down the yeah, no worries. And then you want the hand to be like that, and then you want the sword to be, you see what I'm saying about the line being the same. And then you want to make sure that when you do that, when you raise the arm up, check the shape of the pectoral muscles, the chest muscles, because those chest muscles they'll go from being like in a kind of a neutral position, they'll be like that. But the minute that arm raises up, this one's going to come up like this. And if you don't change the shape of the muscles to conform, you're going to end up, it's going to look weird, it's going to look wooden still. But yeah, get that straight line straight through. You'll get that real dynamic kind of awesome look. Nah, he's still working on it, mate. You got plenty of time to correct and sort him out. Let's put a porthole in there. Is there a porthole in that one? Yeah, it is. Let's go for a little curtain hole in there, I think. So Dynamesh. Oops. Symmetry. I want the Z symmetry, is it? No. X. Oh, it's X. I wasn't expecting it to be X symmetry in this case. Right, door handle, do as a So I tell you, this feels like it's been a right slog to get this done. I'm not even done yet, but feels like it's been hard bloody work. Right, so we've got that, we've got door, we've got some panels around the side. I need to put a curtain over here. Let's just do some big creases in the curtains. Going to put some tatters in the bottom of them. Well, I feel like we're getting there. About another 5 minutes and then I've got to knock it on the end. So there was something I wanted to do, which was this funky little bit I made earlier. I'm going to clone the hell out of this. So I'll put two of them there. That's not going to work there then. I'll do. Right, so do you know what? I'm gonna cop out a bit here actually. Okay, so these torches, I'm gonna just have them coming out of the sides, purely because I'm gonna have all these little fragile bits sticking out of the well, sticking out of everywhere, frankly. I think it's going to be easier to not have them just floating. So it's not entirely true to the original design, but like I say, I'm making so much of it up. It's not really possible to do that. Right, I think that's virtually done. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to up here. Okay, so a few dinks in these plates. Let's just do them. Anything I think this needs is like a little, I think they need like a little bracket each. Let's just put a little bracket out here and we'll do that. Okay, so I think what I can do, I'll cut some little sockets out of the base here. There'll be some like little indents so that these things can stick in. This is going to be a real pig trying to sort this. I'm gonna spend a day on this, like just sorting the components and trying to organise them. Alright guys, I'm going to have to kill this now because I've got to go and get the kids' swimming bags ready and go and take them off to their swimming lessons. Sit in a swimming pool that's like 35 degrees or something like that. I'll treat myself to an iced coffee then. Right, so we're going to do a little quick raid out. Who's on? Red Straw Baby's on. Let's go drop her now. Let's pop in and say hello. She has 7 viewers on. Guys, if you don't know Red Straw Baby, her name's Maya. She's a fantastic artist. She does lots of kind of chibi anime type artwork. So yeah, let's go and see her, and I'll be back tomorrow with more of a stream. So I'll catch you later, adios people, bye bye.